Okay, we good? We're good. What's going on, chat? Sorry for the late start. I got stuck on a conversation and it just dawned on me to switch over. Hope you guys are doing well. We're in Pantheon at the moment. We're going to see what's going on. Not 100% certain. We got a few people on. We don't have everybody. Wow. Our stamina is our 5th worst stat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who'd have thought, man? We traded stamina for agility. We used to have regular snowfalls that would leave about 5 feet of snow in everybody's front door. And you'd have to either have a side door, back door, patio door, or climb out a window just to get into the snow, or possibly call your neighbor and have your neighbor start to dig out a bit of the snow so you could get your door open enough to get somebody outside. We used to have that. Last year, we had 2 snowfalls, left a total, I think the second snowfall in February left maybe 3 feet of snow and nothing. And this is like 15 years ago. Hey, Vac, what's going on? You know, there's no leaves here at all, eh? It's all, I guess, birch. Well, I guess those could be I don't know what you'd call that. It's like a fir tree, right? Those aren't really leaves. Well, I guess they could be leaves. Yeah, I don't want to see those leaves on the ground. Yeah, like I said, we went from all snow, and 10 years ago, it just started disappearing. Ha, 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 ha. If I was a mean person. Climbing is 85. I'll tell you, the one thing I will say about the winter weather. Now, I can make jokes about, oh, I don't miss it, blah, 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 whatever. We need to have our snow. We have to. If not, it messes the whole ecosystem up. Mosquitoes stay around a lot longer. It becomes a big problem. Animals will get... Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the wildlife, like birds will stay around, and then all of a sudden we'll get a flash drop in temperature the middle of January, end of January, and there'll be dead birds everywhere. Like, it's just... yeah, the shock to the system. I get it. It's nice not to have all that snow in one respect, but I'll tell you, when you go out and you get done shoveling the snow, dude, I'll come in the house and I'll be a sweaty mess and I'll be exhausted, but give me like 20 minutes and I feel like I'm Hercules. Like the adrenaline and the burn your muscles get just from pushing through the snow, lifting the snow, switching your side, like getting tired. Like, dude, it's crazy. But again, it's kind of comfortable not to have all the snow, but we need a lot more snow than what we have. Our season is it's not winter. I mean, I'll complain for the next 3 months about the cold, but we need more snow. My neighbors get out there and they talk about, oh, we've had 7 months of sun and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, we're not supposed to have that. I said, it's too hot. I said, look at your grass. Look at my grass. Look at our lakes. Our area of Canada has the highest concentration of bodies of water in the whole country. And every single one of our bodies of water were critical and almost empty because of all the heat we've had this year. We're known for our lakes. We've been known for our lakes for 100 years. And every single one of them. We had a fire ban on all the way from like the end of May till the second week in October. So May, June, July, August, September, and then dude. But global warming's not real. Like, climate change is not real. It's just not changing. We're just imagining stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Right. We're just waiting for people chat. We really can't do anything until more people log in. I let my car run for an hour every day before I drive somewhere, all just to help to not have snow. You're right. Get this. I'll get off work in the wintertime, so I live about a half hour away. Hang on. Okay, they're talking. I get off work, I get in my car. It could be the coldest of days, so we'll say like the middle of February, whatever, beginning of February. I'll get in my car. It's freezing. I mean freezing, like you think you're a block of ice. I'll turn the car on. I'll let it run for, I don't know, 5-6 minutes before I get going. Then I'll go. It takes about a half hour to get home. 4 streets away from my house, I start to feel the warm. There's no problem with the heater in my car. Everything is clear, everything is fine. But the vehicle was not designed for, as far as I can tell, for winter weather. It's crazy. Like I get 25 minutes on the road in my car, I only start to feel the warmth when I get 4 streets away from my driveway. It's insane. There was a couple reports that came out, I think last month or the month before, that were talking about that the Earth is the greenest it's ever been, because people were having a lot of issue with carbon and carbon in the air and so on. And yes, that is doing something to visibility in the sky. But as far as hurting the planet, they said the planet's the most green it's ever been. So I mean, it's crazy to hear. Like, is it one part of the world, one half of the world? I mean, you got China over there building 4,000 coal mines. Like, what kind of effect is going to be over there? And I say that because being a streamer for as long as I have been, there was a streamer that went over to China about, I want to say 7 years ago or 8 years ago. And I forget exactly where he went. It could be somewhere in the southwest. And he was walking down the street one day and he had a mask on his face. This wasn't COVID, this is before COVID. So he had a mask on his face, but so did every other person in the city or town that he was in, whatever. And he was walking, showing the market and so on. And he was showing the little alleyways where people were pawning their wares. And he showed off like candied scorpions and a bunch of other stuff. And then he walked out, he got out on the street and started talking to a couple of the people there because he spoke their language, whether it was Mandarin, Cantonese, don't know. But anyways, he turns and looks at a vehicle and he puts his finger on the vehicle's hood. His finger disappeared to the second knuckle, and he moved his finger across the hood, and the ash and the dirt and the pollution, and then he looked at the car and he stuck his finger in the windshield, and it would disappear to the second knuckle. And he's like, holy crap. And then he panned the camera around the street. Every single vehicle and the ground had an inch and a half of whatever the frig it was, and it was everywhere. And that's why everybody was wearing masks on their face. And it's part of that area that isn't shown or what have you, but apparently it's a heavy industrial area. So I assume it could be where all of our clothes come from. But to see what he had recorded, dude, I saw like mothers with their little kids outside with face masks on. I'm thinking, holy shit. I said, the dust that they're actually inhaling. Like, as we all know, masks aren't 100% effective. The whole purpose for wearing those doctor medical masks was so that doctor sweat wouldn't slip out and fall into a cavity. The fact that they were in this whole polluted city, dude, like I talk a lot, and I was dumbfounded for like 40 minutes. I was just hypnotized by what he was showing, and it was everywhere. The people there told him that they could clean their cars off, and within 5 hours, it's all covered over again. Like, I'm seriously pit in my stomach. That's initially what I thought it was until until he started translating. I thought it was volcanic ash, but they told him, and he's like, "Wow." And my understanding is it's very tricky to live stream over there. So I don't know how he was. I mean, maybe he didn't say he was going over there for that purpose or what have you. I have no idea. But he was a regular stream, like it was just a regular stream. But he went into this area and just started to notice the environment, not so much the people. And he showed it on camera. And I wish I could find the footage, and I can't. But man, I sat up at the front of my couch. I was staring at the TV forever, not saying a word. All that kept running through my head was, how much of that crap are people inhaling? And that was just one little, like 3-4 street area, maybe 4 blocks, maybe 4 blocks. It was crazy. It was crazy what I was seeing. I'm like, holy smokes, be thankful. Not many people in zone tonight. 4 groups. Right. Just wait till they start spinning up those mini nuclear reactors to power AI and stuff. That'll be fantastic. They go to throw the switch to divert power and watch the U.S. lose power. Uh, How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? I'm looking for people now to see if anybody's going to be around. I'd really like to get a good crawl in this evening. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's the whole immigrant argument. You need immigrants to run the countries at this point. People have issues with overcrowding or what have you, but if you're not putting out your own people, you got spots to fill. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but the holes in the dam need to be plugged. Yep. Yep. That's right. I mean, people can't afford to live, man. People aren't going to start pumping kids out if they can't afford to raise them the way they want to raise them or should raise them. It's unfortunate, man. The earth is getting older, as in population. Like Japan will be decimated if they don't figure something out. Nobody's making families over there. Nobody's got the time. Nobody's got the resources to support. They're just not doing it. I think I read reports where they were said I think there are some places that were trying to entice tourists or people from other countries to go over to these other countries in the hopes of populating because their own citizens weren't doing it, can't do it, what have you. Yep. I gotta be careful, chat. I know. I don't want to go too deep into it on stream. People start getting all flared up and panties in a twist and stuff, and it'll be a bunch of nonsense. A lot of people can't have civilized conversation. Even though I normally talk about everything. My understanding is second cousin and you're safe. That's my understanding. Second cousin and onwards is fine. Yeah. Markers. Yeah. No, there's no distinguishable markers that would cause issue. It'd be like 0.0003. But here's the thing people don't tell you. So let's jump back hundreds of years. Let's go back to the days of Genghis Khan. I mean, some people say he destroyed 10% of the population of the planet. Not his area, not Mongolia, the planet. So he took out 10% of the total population during his reign. Imagine the populating that happened during that time, and imagine how large the Mongols were. So as far as people saying blah blah blah, you're not related, people be surprised how closely related they are to somebody else, plus or minus 500 years. I mean, siblings are finding themselves. I'm pretty sure there was something in the news like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. There were siblings finding out that they'd been dating each other for the longest time and had no idea they were related. Like it just happens. Jokes aside, everybody's related. It's not like Terminus. Like in Terminus and Pantheon, all the races ended up here mysteriously for whatever reason, whether their planet crashed, a chunk of their planet crashed into Terminus, what have you. All the races are here mystically. That's not the way it works here on Earth. On Earth, everybody, I'm sure you could trace one person back to any other person in the world. It's just the way it is. There weren't 1,000 unique individuals and then out they went. That's not how it works. I guess this is going to sound weird on stream, right? Where I have them muted and I'm the only one talking? That's going to be weird. You're right, Vec. We're all related to Kevin Bacon by 6 degrees or so. Cake versus pie? I like pie more than I do cake versus... Well, yeah, cake versus pie. I go with pie. I'm a bigger fan of pie. I'll eat cake, but I'm a bigger fan of pie. Lemon meringue, pumpkin. Oh, dude, don't get me started. Yep. Well, I'm not sure what to do. I was waiting to see if Care or Bob or other people got on, but nobody's here as of yet. I mean, I guess we could probably form the four of us and try and find two other people. What do we want? We want to go 32, 37. 32, 37. Have we seen them over here? We're seeing them over here. Okay, what do we have? We have warrior, monk, summoner, druid. There's not many people on tonight. There's a cleric. No, he's I think he's like 40% away. Okay, we're just to the left after you go through the first gate. What am I looking for? I am looking for... Trying to find people, chat. We're trying to find people. Any other games out there you guys are playing? I know there's no MMORPGs out there. I know people are into the first-person shooter. I know Arc Raiders is big right now. I know Battlefield's big right now. Old school RuneScape. Oh my goodness, RuneScape. Didn't they just have something in the news with RuneScape? There's something about they're doing something. They're tuning out or tuning down their microtransactions. I think they're doing something. People are going to be able to jump in and play without having to fear purchasing something in game. I think somebody come out with some kind of advertisement where they were mentioning they were getting away from their values, their image of the game or something. I haven't seen RuneScape in 20 years. When did RuneScape come out? I don't remember. Oh, no worries, Vec. No, I was just wondering what games people are out there playing. I mean, if I'm gonna have downtime like this at times, I might need to find something else to fill in. Yeah, I've been looking. I've sent a few tells, but I'm not getting responses. I don't know if people are AFK. And I don't recognize anybody on. There's not many on. Like it seems low right now for a Monday. There's Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Like I'm searching 32 to 37 and I get maybe a screen and a third. And most of them are grouped already. There aren't any microtransactions. It's regular runes. Oh, it's regular RuneScape that had the issue. Oh, gotcha. See, there you go. It's been that long. I didn't even realize there were two versions. I thought old school RuneScape was RuneScape. You started Indiana Jones? Oh, how is that, Vec? I know you told me last week you started that. How far into it are you? Are you enjoying it? Is it done like an Indiana Jones film? I'm sure it is. I mean, they spent enough on it. I thought about looking at Path of Exile. I know they just started a new season. What is he saying? Okay, well, I got a message from Bob's. Bob should be on in 20 minutes. So that gives us 5. Well, I guess I could just context menu, right? Context menu will work. All right, feel free to get up and stretch or grab a drink or something. Try not to be too long. I'm guessing the new machine must have them out. I mean, they usually jump in before I do. Now, can I dive into this and ask why? Like, does your tongue get in the way? Do you find like, are your lungs weakened due to like COPD or something? And you find with the CPAP, are you sleeping phenomenal with this, or do you still struggle? Bob's your uncle. Yeah, right. What Sounds like they expect you to blow up to 500 pounds and have everything sitting on your chest when you go to bed, and that's when they give you the machine. Man, COPD is a mother. COPD's hitting a bunch of people. I had a bunch of people we were just talking with my group mates or what have you about CPAP machines. I don't use one. I as far as I can tell, I sleep fine. Um, but I've got a lot of people I know that are on CPAP machines now. And the first thing they say, I'll say, do you have COPD by chance? And it's like, yep, COPD. I'm like, man, COPD is getting everybody. Like, I know so many people this year that either A, got diagnosed with COPD, or B, started with a CPAP machine. So I'm somebody who has a bad back, and I'm not going to go into details, but I'll just say I've said this before on stream. I had a serious surgery a long time ago where I flatlined twice. Anyhow, that's not the point of this conversation. Where I work, as part of like almost like an ISO 9001 type policy or what have you, they started bringing in a few ergonomic items for people, like ergonomic keyboards, track balls, that sort of thing. They didn't bring in standing desks, but they brought in those like 3 feet wide, smaller extender things you put on your desk, and then it's got the two latches and it hydraulics up and down, but it's not the actual full table. I decided to use one today for the first time. They've had three in there. There's like 60 systems in there, but they got three of them in there. Nobody uses them, so I thought, you know what? I'm gonna try and use it just to see what the big deal is. So it was a bad idea, man. I hurt everywhere's from like my chest from my breastbone all the way down to my heels, man. I hurt. And it's not great. And it's not the I just got done exercising at the gym and I feel the burn type pain. It's uncomfortable. I don't know if I can do it again. Man. Now, it could have been that I was standing for too long. I think for the whole day, I think I was standing for like might have been close to 6 hours. I think 6.5 hours. Maybe I should tone it down where I'm not used to it. I just wanted to see what the fuss was. Man, like my toes hurt, my heel hurts. Oh, so be careful. If you're somebody who decides to get into the standing desk business for whatever reason, take it easy when you start doing it. Do it like a half hour at a time to start or something. Like, man, 6 hours was way too long. All right, we gotta when fifth gets here, we're gonna get started, and then we'll see who logs in afterwards. We got like 10 minutes, and the fifth should be here. I mean, at this rate, maybe I should just adjust the start time. Maybe I shouldn't go live at 7 p.m. Eastern. Maybe I should go live at 8 p.m. Eastern. Multiplayer game, it's very finicky when you're dealing with various different people. There's no guarantee everybody's gonna, excuse me, be here at the same time, myself included. Excuse me. Maybe I should move to BC. That's true. That's true. 4 hours earlier. I wish I had the ability to work remotely. Because I might actually I might actually consider doing that. Staying in different regions for periods of time. Unfortunately, I don't have that freedom. My security clearances keeps me in office, so I mean, mind you, if I found something like even like a government job where I could do remote work, I would definitely think about changing scenery, location. I've never really gone anywhere outside of here. Every job I've had has been like I've worked for the banks for so long, it's been here. It's not even an issue of moving to different offices. It's the clientele and the clearances for your site, not necessarily the company. I mean, if it hadn't have been for my surgery when I had it, I might have been a Red Seal plumber, meaning I would have been able to travel wherever. That was kind of the plan at the time. I didn't want to get into tech. I tried computer programming back in the day, and I paid a lot of money to go to school at the time. It was a lot back then, because this place was all hyped up and so on and so forth. Anyways, long story short, we didn't get the support that we thought we were getting as students. The place got sued by like 70 students, and they shut down and closed shop because what they had promised is not what they delivered. So after that, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stick with what I know. So hardware, software, I can build stuff, take stuff apart, troubleshoot, like the back of my hand. But for the most part, I tried to stay away from the tech stuff because not only was I getting it at work, but every time I got home or while I was working, my phone would go off. Hey, can you blah, blah, blah. Hey, I'm having this problem. Hey, this isn't working. Hey, blah, blah, blah. Man, I used to spend more time in everybody else's place but my own place. And all I was doing was fixing people's computers. Not making any money off of it, just doing it because they were friends or friends of friends. Like, dude. And then when I landed my first job with the bank, I was like, yes, I have an excuse not to go anywheres. So I tapered off, helping people. I still do it today. If somebody gives me a call and says, hey, blah, 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 this isn't working, or what would you do for this? I'll help them out. I mean, whatever. Hey, Pen, how close to 37 are you? Okay. Anybody happen to know how far along towards 31 Karen is? Because I know she's 30 right now. Hey, iPeaks. Crush, I was the guy weeks ago asking you about this game for me and my buddies to get into. Look up and to my left. You mean this? I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. He wanted me to look up and to the left in game. I just looked up to the left. The microphone there. I know. I don't know how you knew that mic was there, though. That's crazy. Were you up there? Running towards the back? How you guys liking it? I mean, if you're in here now, what level's your group? Is everybody still playing? You had a group of 5, right? Isn't that what you said? If I remember correctly, I think you said there was 5 of yous? You're all 30. Dude, fantastic. Fantastic. You get into the fun stuff now. I mean, we got Wild Blood content coming in probably 2 weeks, I think. You mean Spear of Endless Frost off the War Chief. Yeah, yeah. You're probably going to want to keep that as your main for the time being. That's still arguably the best in the game. I don't know much about the wave strider sword that drops in here, but the Spear of Endless Frost is pretty hot for the time being. I don't think you're going to find better. The Blade of Carnage isn't even that better as far as damage goes. And people will talk up the Blade of Carnage because it has a small life tap to it. It's not significant. It really isn't. So, as far as I'm concerned, Spear of the Endless Frost is still the best weapon in the game for melee that can use it. I've had one since February. I traded it a couple months ago to a rogue who wanted to use it. I haven't seen them since. I would have liked to have been able to get it back from them. Mine and I just can't be bothered to go over and farm another one. What am I looking for? Give me 1 second. Oh, wow, that's pretty high up. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We just had a monk fly up on top of a mountaintop and look down at Black Rose Keep just to show it from overhead. What's the damage on the spear eye peaks? Is it 29? I want to say it's 29, right? Yeah, okay. So, are all of you playing the game still? Like, all of you are 30? Like, when you say we're 30, like, the whole group of you is 30? You're all loving the game? Or did some people give up? We had 6, we still have 5? Gotcha. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. One is too casual? I get it. I get it. It happens. I've been at this nonstop, man. Like I've been doing this now like 3 years nonstop, like every day. I'm an addict or something. I just try to do what I can for this game. I want this game to release next year, and I want it to be as boisterous as possible. Like more than you ever thought you would? That's great. What's your guys's, do you guys come from group playing other games like WoW, EverQuest, Final Fantasy, ESO, ArcAge, Terra, Maple Story, My Little Pony? I might have just made that one up. Every other MMO ever. Been playing together for 20 years. What, same group of people been playing for 20 years? Dude, I'm jealous. I wish I had chill mode people here. I'm excited for them to get all this stuff done on this continent and start working on the next continent, which I think is going to be rainfall, but that's a long ways away. I just want this continent fully fleshed out. We just ran a Gildan Classic that was clearing MC and BWL Plus on Nixia in 2 hours. We're sickos. Well, I mean, this is the dude. This is the game. I got to make sure I don't give you any spoilers. You sickos are going to have to go find all the stuff yourself. Wait till you get around 30, 33, 34 and you start doing that content. Now, I'm not going to say necessarily what it is, but it's not here. You get to see the Enclave. Enclave's pretty sexy. It's probably my favorite zone. BRK is phenomenal, but as far as a crawl goes and the aesthetic, Enclave is still my favorite area. This is a close second, and then Helnir's is third, but my favorite right now is still Enclave. The Enclave is just fantastic. I wish it was a little bigger than it was, but it's still a pretty serious crawl. Trying golems right now. Wait, when you say golems, you mean Myrkins? There's not an area of concentrated golems here, is there? There are golems peppered in amongst all the other trash. Oh, hey man, what's going on? We're in BRK at the moment. Oh, that doesn't help us. I think so. No idea. I'm just following. Gotcha. Yeah, there are golems spread in between the zones or in between the areas of this place, but I don't believe there's an actual camp of golems. Now, I will say the golems will lead to a rare spawn called the Ancient Golem, but right now the Ancient Golem only drops a monk item. So, you know, if you got a monk in your group, great. It's also a very serious fight. Even at level 30, it's a serious fight. Think we're trying to get to the bottom of BRK. So, inside the building, inside the actual keep, the basement would be roughly where the jail and the labs are. So maybe they're talking about the labs. Outside of the actual keep, the bottom is called the chasm. And the chasm has like goblins, Myrkins, the walkers, Blightclaw walkers, golems. Chasm is what you're doing. Gotcha. What is your group makeup? Rogue, Enchanter, Cleric, Monk, Dire Lord, and a Floater. That's solid. Yeah, that's your heals. Tank, assist, CC. Yep, that's good. You got DPS in there too. What do we do when the alpha spawns? Oh, like by the stables? Oh, okay. Yeah, right, gotcha. The usual spot. Yeah, sure, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. That'll work. That's pretty good. This is the best view of Black Rose Keep as far as I'm concerned. It's right here. This place is massive. This place is so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. And the fact that it's just as big down here in the chasm, and we still don't have the full area. There's still a part 2 coming, which is built onto the back lower part of Black Rose Keep. I believe it's going to be the raid encounter. The main bad guy, which I assume could be the member of the royal family. Imagine clipping and putting out on social media that the failed jumps across the bridge in Wild's End. Well, that's not what I want to see. Yeah. I'll even do you one better. Let's just go see if the alpha's up back here, and if not, we'll just drop down over here and clear our way forward. Yeah, I just dropped off. I have enough hit points, it's not going to matter. Go over a bit. Hey, go over a bit more to your left. Go all... There you go. Drop down there. I saw it. I just didn't want him to jump off there and get aggro. Wolf's too close. Oh, you both turned at the same time. That's dirty. Who walks off first? I gotta be careful because we don't have CC. Oh, it's gonna be you. Okay. Be ready for the summon wolf. Incoming wolf. I think I have aggro, just leave him on me. What does it do? Come on. I might skip those two. I think one of them is insta-aggro broken. We may move after this one, I'm not 100% certain. That group of two up there I think is aggro broken, meaning that when I go to split them, they're going to instant aggro anyways. I just stood in 5 different areas where the one on the left should have started and he didn't. That's usually a sign that it's going to be instant aggro. Yeah, I mean, if you want to try, you'll have to go up there by the cliff face. Stay far away from us. Pull. Give yourself room to feign death once or twice. Yep. Keep your distance. Yeah, they just limit it to the initial cast. Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do when they switch to the unified mob method, because fights are going to take longer, but you're going to be rewarded with more XP based on the level of the fight. Okay, we can move across the field now. Come over to me. He's not. He's fine. Okay, hang on. Hug the wall and come up to me. Do not get off this wall. Okay, move up to me. The banner will be the telltale sign. When you see the banner, stay near it. Uh... Okay, Snapper, why don't we get you to try and split? So here's what's going to happen. You're not going to go here. See where I'm standing? Do not run past this point in this direction. I want you to pull those 3 at the tree, and we're going to try and split them. So give yourself enough room to run back along the mountain pass in case you need to feign death again, because you got like 7 minutes. That aggressive peeing is paying off. The classes in this game, man, are fantastic when they're utilized properly. It's fantastic. Pew, 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 ah, thud, pow, whack. What? Hang on, Snap. Wait for that wolf caller to path back, yeah. They're not. They're all separate. I'm not even going to question that. I'm not sure how that happened, because the wolf should have come, but okay. Nope, he was just breathing heavy. Probably needs a CPAP machine. Man, you guys are supposed to call it out when it spawns. It's just after the start of the fight. It's like 10 seconds in. They'll cast the something, and then summon wolf is right afterwards. Or beckon wolf is right afterwards. I can't either. Exposed. Alright, here we go. This is the start of the tricky area. Everybody come to me and stay here by this tree. Sure you can. Okay, Snapper, we're going to need you to split a wolf and a wolf collar. Make your first feign death point right there by the rock. Try it again, just to be safe. Or just do monk things. I'm trying not to show off, chat. I'm trying not to do everything. I'll try to get the different classes to do different things. Or whatever I need them to do. I'm usually the one that splits, pulls, that sort of thing. I need to break these guys in, but we need to be careful because where we're at right now is going to be very tricky. Somebody was telling me yesterday that they thought the chemists were disease-based and not chemical-based. Have any of you heard anything of the sort? Hey, counter. I've been too busy turning into a rat tonight, dude. That skill. That's the one. I was complaining about that last night, man. That's the one skill. That's their answer to Immoral Surge. If anybody played this game earlier this year, when certain zones were way more difficult than they are right now, there was an ability that would wipe groups at the same time. One cast would wipe multiple groups in the area. You had to learn and figure out how to go about it. This rat ability is that same thing. That one ability ruins groups. Okay, so I'm going to be truthful. I'm kind of hesitant to have you pull anything that involves chemists, because even on a failed or successful, I'm worried you're going to get hammered with their opening barrage. So I'm going to try and split these two chemists up here first. This is a horrible pull. We'll see what happens, but I have more mitigation than you do, so maybe. I just don't want to see you melted. How much time would that be? How long should trap last for? 30 seconds? Can you redo? You can't redo either one of them once it's done, right? It's a 1-2 punch and that's it? Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, these guys are broken. Fine, fine, fine. You come to me. That was my plan. I think the chemists are instant aggro bug too. So... Oh, that will come in due time. That's right, with these 1980s women's blazer shoulder pad looking things. You did. Okay, let's try the trap. You got a trap down? Okay, let's rush the chemist. I'm a rodentia. Ooh, where'd the wolf collar come from? No, he said chemist is down. He wants to confuse the wolf collar. If I weren't the puller, I'd want a speed debuff to make my rat slower. True. Okay, everybody come into here. Yeah, take a minute and med. We're only going to do a couple more pulls here, and then we're going to start getting repops. I don't want to step in that entrance and mess with it until we have a full group. And preferably Carrie if she happens to pop in. It's strange not to hear from her, but maybe she's sleeping. Oh, you gotta go? Hey. Yeah, you coming in game? Did he jump in voice? I don't hear him. There you go. You jumping in game, Nath? Right on. Oh, apparently I got a message from Care. Based on the time of the message, I'd say they might be coming in momentarily. Okay, so, decision. We don't want to risk staying here for repop if Buddha's got to take off. If we backtrack, we'll probably have to try and climb up the mountain, I would think, or stuck out and run back and re-clear. Can we get Nath here? Okay. Should I pull from the front still? When do you gotta go now, right, Buddha? What am I dealing with? Chemist and a mage. I need a light source. There's 3 there. 2 chemists and a mage. Okay, we have 2 chemists and a mage around the corner. We might need to utilize Snap to try and split. I don't think I can do my thing with 2 chemists. We're gonna have to give him room though. Yeah, that too. Let's have everybody but Snap and Vol back here. Just to give Snap more than enough room if he's got to feign death twice. I do. There's no need of it. We can do this. What was that? What was... What was that? I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. He hasn't said anything. Did you plan to do that jump? Are you muted? How did you go to the moon? How did you go to the moon? That was the funniest thing ever. Who? Okay, You left the ground. Yes, I'm gonna have to. Hang on a second. What are we, one? I gotta timestamp that. That was hilarious. Hang on. 151. There. That was phenomenal. You missed it. Yeah, you missed it. See? You gotta tune in, man. You gotta watch the stream. You're gonna miss some phenomenal things that may or may not happen. We just had something hilarious happen. That reminded me of I don't think it's Wile E. Coyote. Might be Tom and Jerry, where they get launched in the air, and then there's the scream, the manly. That's exactly what happened, and Snapper was just a plume of green something. Exposed. Do you have aggro on the chemist, or is it still hating me? Okay. You need a line of sight behind the rock. I am a rodentia. No, it's not. I will make a highlight out of it counter so that you can check it out. Or if not, at the end of the stream tonight, if you go to the 1 hour 51 minute mark, you'll probably see it. We have 2 wolves up. One is investigating. I just saw the wolf. The wolf caller just rejoined the group, so be ready to feign death when you pull. Everybody come over here by me. We gotta be careful. We're gonna get respawns all along this area. A wolf just spawned inside the courtyard, or side yard, whatever. We need to control one of them because they buff each other. He's still buffed. Yeah, kill him fast. Notice the two wolf symbols. No, it's when the timer expires. Yeah, and a wolf. You'll want to split. Where are all these wolves coming from? That's like the third mysterious wolf out of nowheres. There's only one wolf here, and we've had 3, if not 4, that have just mysteriously shown up here. That would be us, yes. Okay, we have 2 wolves and a wolf collar. I almost died from damage. Kill the wolf collar. There's a wolf collar that needs to die. Our DPS is split. We're hitting both wolves. I was wondering why this stuff was taking so long to die. Alright, this wall is all going to start respawning, so everybody sit down and met up. We're starting to get respawns. We got to pull this mage. If it's a monk weapon that you can use, I wouldn't bother. It's a walking stick, so it would be monk. Holy smokes. How? Ravens only spawn inside, don't they? Finish the ward. Make sure everybody's targets the ward. Why has this guy got to be armored? Okay, I just got knocked down. Okay, I just got knocked down 4 times in the last 4 seconds. What is going on? Raven. Hey, Snap, pull... Yeah, Snap, pull aggro for a minute, will ya? The rest of the fight. Okay, let's get Nath up. When you have mana. Well, now that you said that, oh my god, dude, okay, you need to learn. When you're playing an MMO, this goes for everybody. Stop talking about how much XP you have to level, because now we're just going to end up doing stupid wiping shit, and you're going to be further away than you were when you started. And I have no problem saying that, because I think well, I've said it for probably 20 years, because it's always been the case. Oh, guys, I'm only 3 kills left from... I'm like 99.8%... Oh, wipe. Where'd that wolf caller go? Okay, too far away. Okay, so do we want to keep splitting the front, or do we want to start killing the wolves in the back? Okay, Snapper, we're going to need you to try and split again. I most certainly do not. I'm a rat, I can't taunt. I have no idea where that swashbuckler came from. Yeah, we're on the swash. I didn't even think about that. No wonder he got one-shotted. Does the ward call mobs? There's no spawn here. Again. That's what it is. Once, I think. We don't have any way to CC that wolf caller, right? So everybody switch targets. Get on the wolf caller. He'll keep summoning wolves if we don't kill him. I had an aggro through the wall bug last night right near where you were. We pulled from the tree ahead of you and got a train of inside mobs, including the chefs. Well, sir. That's not good to know. This is fantastic. As far as I can tell, yeah, I don't have to move or anything, and I'll just wait till they come to us. Mm-hmm. We've been pulling everything in this area. We weren't going to go inside until we had a full group. Yeah, which is why we're not going inside. The chemist is resistant. Hang on. The chemist is resistant. We'll take that first. I'm probably going to be made a rat in a second. That's weird. It's been me tonight. We can move up here to fight him. That's okay. Incoming ad. Couldn't be helped. I was a rat. We just got you a 75 res. Uh, we need to have somebody. Who can we drop out that doesn't need enchanter? Oh, it's not enchanter. It's cleric. Is this Krushnek? See, I told you guys, man. Most of the server knows who I am. What you guys are seeing here? These guys just showed up. We're asking for a res. This person noticed the crush in my name. Is this Krushnek? How are you always everywhere I am? See? I told you, chat. I told you. It pays, man. It pays to do the whole social thing with this game. It pays. I've grouped with most of the server. I probably shouldn't have had Crush in my name, truth be told. Of course I'm the rat again. Nath will still get us killed with his level. He'll pull stuff from upstairs. Nope. 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 This stuff is just as good as what's inside. I'd rather you level. What happened there? That's what happened to you, Counter. You know, that could be. I'm about to read you guys a message from about 15 minutes ago in my chat. I had an aggro through the wall bug last night, right near where you guys are. We pulled by the tree ahead of you and got a train of inside mobs, including the chefs. That just happened to us. Dude, the whole inside has come out. They're all gonna be dead. Look. That's a lot of mobs. uh, when stuff goes sideways. Don't tell me that. Time mark? Yes. We had a full group, 43 tank, 43 chanter, plus 50 healer friends. We still wiped, put up a good fight though. Dude, it's not a very cool bug to have, man. Or glitch or whatever it is. Northdale. Northdale. When nor yeah, when we were running Smoldering Trenches in the Enclave, those guys, that's the same group. Those guys were running it too. We crisscrossed all the time. But I'm a hoe. Like, I've grouped with most of the server, I think. I love this game, chat. People got issues with this game, but those people are weird. I love this game. If you want to fight in that area, you need a canary in the coal mine, get someone to sit invisible in the vestibule. You know, run off the inside aggros. That's an idea. Like a watchdog. Okay, one person. Thank you. That's true. I think they're looking, if you didn't see Q, I think they're looking for you to buff them. Said nobody ever. This other group's down here. It's already cleared. I had to double check to make sure I picked up my inventory. We have a wolf. Let me get a highlight from an hour ago and I'll show you. And it's actually pretty funny. We need him to do it a few more times in different areas, and then I can do a whole collage type thing. It was so funny watching him get launched off this cliff. It's the chemist, but we're on the mage. On the mage, on the mage, on the mage. That other group is trying to clear in. So they told us that we could pull, but they're trying to pull like as we pull, and we just gotta be careful with aggro. We gotta get that chemist. I am a mouse. Andale, andale, arriba, arriba. Anybody? That's right. Good old Speedy Gonzalez. Dude, watch the Steamboat Willie videos, or the ones before Mickey was known as Mickey. Animaniacs had them in the 90s. Hang on. We have a raven back here. This whole wall's starting to respawn. This is the second one from this corner. Be ready in case a third one spawns. I can't back this guy up because he's ranged. And if you're naff, stay on the edge, please. We'll find out in about 6 seconds. Nope. I'll take it. I see what you did there. Teleport. I think wizards get a blink too, don't they? I think it's called something else. Nobody talk about it. Everybody just keep going on with the fight. I gotta stretch my legs. Yeah, okay, what? Oh, believe me, he's got enough cheese. So not so much then. That's good. Well, that's an idea. We could just pull out into the courtroom. Or courtyard. Remember, Ironback's got the knock up in the air, so... Yes. Take the back one? Don't get aggro on these guys and don't turn them. There's the two wards that spawn on the steps in front of us. There's the two mobs that spawn behind us. We still haven't gotten the roamer from here that walks from that tree to where we're standing. And then there's a group of two over on the other side there. We've killed two of the corner. Yeah, we killed two of the corner and one of the tree. Chemist is up. We have a ward spawn from the stairs. Well, we can't... We have to fight the ward here because we either get respawns down the wall or we go up over the cliff. What's up? That's a good question. Have you ever heard another human being say capacitated? I haven't either. This doesn't count because if the word means nothing, that's capacity. That's not... Hey, Briar. We're outside, yeah. We have a lower level with us. We don't want to go inside and pull 50 mobs. So they had the capacity to do something. Pulls in there get dicey? They do. Joppa made it seem like his Wednesday stream would have some info about the upcoming mounts, tames, and wizard. Oh, interesting. The conclusion of the BRK quest around the same time, like as the Wild Bloods? Or you mean he's going to talk about it Wednesday? He didn't say. So, one of my viewers just informed me that it could be that because of something Joppa said today on stream, on Wednesday, he could go into more detail on the whole taming system, but with the Wild Blood update, we could be getting the second part of Black Rose Keep as well. Just the quest completion. Yeah, okay. We have a group member that's on the last step of the current active quest line. Yeah, so the BRK update, it might just be the quest completion, not the actual second part of the zone. And then it may come out the same time as the Wild Bloods. The quest completion, not the other part of the zone is still in limbo, but the quest completion should hit with the next update, which will probably be next week. I'll try and tune in Wednesday. Yeah, for sure. I pass. I have enough charisma. Shoulders. Planned for November. Wildblood's point of interest. POIs in Silent Plains. Lore-rich content area with deep story to be discovered. Black Rose Keep additions. Higher level event is being added and the main storyline is being concluded. Okay, so the new area is coming in. So it looks like planned for November, the second part of the zone and the questline completion are coming in. So BRK should be finished. The Wild Blood area, it says here, is going to have lore-rich content with a deep story to be discovered. So I'm guessing Smoldering / Enclave, so I was right about that. And then crafting work orders level 1 to 10 will be working as intended over in Wild's End, and they'll add it to Avelia. It will be an interesting update. It will give us something to do, I guess, for the holiday season. What should I be on? Okay, this guy's mitigated, so it's going to take a while. That was a bad pull. There's too many mobs for up here for their special abilities. That was 6. December, mounts and taming. Oh, Lord. December's planned update is Demeth Village updates, crafting work orders expanded, and mounts and taming. That was December. And it looks like January might be the water. Your wipe didn't count, it was an ad break? We'll have to wipe again. No, just the water mechanics. Because it's still broken. Like there's some lakes you can swim through and then fall to your death. And then the stuff in Silent Plains isn't lined up properly. Dia Dakara, I don't think we're going to get that. I think that's next year. I will say this. Somebody mentioned the Summoner's Raft ability. So... Oh, you just typed it, Briar. You must be able to swim there, though. Maybe it's either swim or raft, and the raft is faster. So, we may have Badia Dakara in January or possibly February. And with that, apparently what's going around is that you're going to need a quote-unquote raft to get there. So that'll be the Summoner. I was reading over all the lore. It was mentioned that we would summon rafts and bridges. Yo, I'm being told that according to the game lore, summoners aren't just supposed to be able to summon rafts, but bridges as well in order to get to places. Druids build bridges? I mean, a vine bridge, I guess. Druid summon vine bridge. Oh, there you go. Druid summon vine bridges. That makes sense. There was mention of an island. I'm guessing the places mentioned in the Deicide War will end up being places we go as POIs. Oh, interesting. Well, you know, we did notice, where were we? Where was I last week, chat, when I saw those two islands? What was it, Eastern Plains? No. Wild's End? That's where the goblins were, right? Wild's End Coast. That would be it. That would be it. That's over by the yeah, that's the islands we saw from the Goblin Run. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I have a VOD from last week or the week before. We were over working on the necklace quest in the Goblin Ruins, and I happened to notice two islands in the distance, and I didn't know what they were for. I hadn't seen them. We were looking at them. They were far ways off, and we couldn't get there. We hit a zone wall, or I say zone wall, but the invisible barrier. So it could very well be those islands. What happened? Oh, he zoned and the thing warped? This was reading the lore, not like roadmap. Right, of course, of course. They've had to make adjustments to their development schedule, but I'm sure they're trying to keep it as close to lore accurate as they can. And I'm pretty sure that if they substitute stuff in for the time being, at least up until launch, they may very well move stuff if they, you know, get as far as putting in one of the other continents. Like the Barrow Dark in King's Reach, outside of Avelia, might be there until launch, and then later after launch, when they get rainfall in, they may tell us, hey, we're going to move Barrow Dark back over where it's supposed to be. Or they make a change or a decision, and they don't do that, and leave Barrow Dark in Avelia, in which case they'll have to adjust their lore. I would prefer them move it back over. So if they get to the point where rainfall comes in, they should move them back over. You also saw a map that wasn't game accurate, but it had the zones that I believe are for 1.9 and like 5 areas labeled future expansion. Interesting. Well, I still know 2 things that I was told that I still haven't said and I won't say. They haven't talked about it yet, but I know 2 things that are supposed to happen in the game. But I'm still not saying anything. One of them is very interesting. The other one I could care less for. We're trying to get everybody's bodies back, chat. We've had a couple of people end up with a couple of corpses. It's about mounts, paladins. The one you don't care about. Yeah. Yes, but the question is, does it bring anything? And if so, what does it bring? Firework. If you jump from here, do you think you make that tower? I don't. I can't imagine they're gonna do the patch Thanksgiving week or before the end of the month, so it's got to be one of the next 3 Wednesdays. Yeah. Oh, hang on. What? There's not one wolf. There's the trio's there. Oh no. Yep. This is a problem. We're gonna get wolf ads. Here comes the first wolf. We didn't. We're fighting up top. We have a second wolf coming. I'm on the one with the pet. Okay, perfect recovery. That almost went south. Well, now we know they port up here. Of course, I suppose they could push it back with BRK was, yeah. All we can hope for is that they continuously make progress and keep meeting their deadlines. I know they adjusted their deadline last month. Or their roadmap. Ad break? Oh, ad break. Dreaded ad breaks. Okay. I'm fine. See you later. If they could do it in EQ2, they could do it in Pantheon. We don't have anything in our bags, right? Not really. That stuff doesn't sell for anything. Hmm. What do we take for trade skills with this guy? Armor. Weapon. Oh, we're not going to do anything with this guy. Alright, man. It's going to be a sad day when they remove stuck bind. Chat. That's for certain. Whoops. Every night. Alright, man. Take it easy. Think Dolan's Treasure Hunter quest is going to be a clicky bind? What's the quest reward? Is that the golden fife? Yeah. The wording on it seems like it's going to be something of the sort. I really can't see them not making it something. It's still sitting in Krushnek's inventory. We'll switch over to Krushnek real quick. The group here is done for the evening. All right, Pen. Where is the fife? That's my main inventory. Right here. Golden Fife of Travel. Holding this fife fills you with visions of home. It's no trade, and life-bound, and no sell. But it doesn't do anything at the moment. What else? Do we have any? I don't think we have anything else in here. That's all from smoldering. That could be a 2 counter. That would be cool. That'd be cool if that were the case. This still hasn't come out of our bags. This is the quest item from Smoldering Trenches and Enclave, but there's no need for it once you've completed the quest line. That's the key for the last step of the quest. That's for the raid zone. Or multi-group Del Taco. Oh, interesting. I should knock these out of my journal. Well, that one we can't do. When did I pick up all of these? I thought Krushnek had everything done. Your home doesn't sound like a bindstone? True, true. We have a bunch of items we don't know what they're for. We've held on to them all this time just in case they put them in some sort of quest. These are all crafted weapons we made. Yeah, we managed to hang on to a lot of stuff. Let me see what Lancelot has. What am I doing out here? I have no idea. There's Mad Run. I don't want to stuck on this tune because I don't know where he's bound. That's the lake, that's the campfire, that's Mad Run. Ever think of TR? Rolling a tank alt and only equipping loot items, no crafting, no trade. That's what I've done with Crushiferous. Everything Crushiferous is wearing, he killed, well, except for the crafting, but he got everything at level. I didn't want to overdo Crushiferous's gear. Well, I mean, Krushnek didn't have anything given to him either. Krushnek killed everything. Like, Krushnek had most of his gear January, February. Like, people don't really, like, I was in the largest, at the time, the largest guild in the game across all servers. Vanguard had close to 400 players. We had everything killed by February, if not the end of January. That was in the game at the time. So most of Krushnek's gear came from that. Then as new content came out, Crush kept getting more and more gear. I've grouped with a lot of people who've gotten a whole lot of gear, but I've never taken gear from them. I mean, even this guy's wearing, like, that's Hangor gear. That comes from the White Wyvern, which is level 30. Fitted bandit belt, that's like the starting bandit belts. Crystalline leg plates comes from the Wyvern, again, level 30. These boots come from the ghosts in Lower Halnirs. What are they called? Gladiators? No. What are they called? I can't remember. They're like level 26. Ironclad gauntlets, those... I don't know where those came from. Merchant value 0. They might be crafted. +1 to stats. They're going to be like tier 1 armor, so I probably should have better. Yeah, +1. I should have better there too. Faded Ringmail, that's from the Black Rose Keep, or the Black Rose Soldiers in Halnirs. Tundra Forged, that's Hangor again. So all the gear on my last couple of tunes, well, actually on most of my tunes, the only one that I went a little crazy for with gear, I think, was the Enchanter currently. I think the chest was given, but I don't care about the Enchanter. I'm not playing the Enchanter to test it. I'm playing the Enchanter to mess around. My priority are the tanks. Mind you, I have less and less interest to roll a Dire Lord before anybody asks. We have a level 9 Dire Lord on the character screen, but I've grouped with so many Dire Lords over the last 10 months, Dire Lords don't need work. Dire Lords are good. But Paladins need their threat brought down a bit. Paladins need their DPS brought down a bit. And if they're going to allow the warriors to have some form of an AoE taunt with their snare, they need to increase the taunt value because it's too weak. And that's about it. Outside of that, I don't see a problem with any of the tanks. And we always do the map quest. It's always worthwhile to do the map quest. If you meet people and you're working on the map quest, you can have this shield by the time you hit 17, 18, maybe even earlier. I already looked in the bank, didn't I, on this guy? Or did I not look at the bank? Oh, I didn't. Oh, he still has the crafting helmets for yeah. There's a typo here. You'll notice Novice Splinted is all one word. It's supposed to be a space in between there. We were working on, I think, armor smithing with this guy. These were all leftover helmets. I couldn't bring myself to get rid of them for the skill ups. Actually, wait a minute. 14, 40, 54. Oh, I didn't realize we had... Oh, yes. We were at... Okay. They gave me their Ichor. Two of my Chanter alts are half naked. I'm going to see how long I can keep doing that. So far, half naked at 23 is no big deal. Yeah, I guess not. I mean, the Enchanter, you'll have the pet. So the pet's going to be doing your tanking. And your spells are only going to be doing maybe 10% less damage with no gear on. Maybe 15% less damage. My concern is there's still no low-level gear for tanks, or at least for warriors. Now you can see this time of night, population tends to die down. You rarely ever see Stormona in green. Rarely. So this would be the wind down time. Which makes sense. It's almost 11:30. This is 109% group. Yeah, our Enchanter, the staff, is they shouldn't have. And I want to say the chest, but I could be wrong. Although it does match the lower. Fistantalus has nothing. He just has like the bare minimum. Hipster Doofus hasn't even been started. Namaste has the level 20 something armor. I think that's the armor he's wearing. It's the new graphic anyways, the new monk appearance. Well, it's probably not new to a lot of you, but believe me, they used to wear burlap sacks. So the fact that they have a monk type appearance now, it's pretty cool. I like the braided cord. There's our Dire Lord here, level 9. Haven't really done anything with him. Necro's a lot of fun. Necro's a really fun class, chat. You can do a lot with the Necro. There's our rogue. Yeah, her outfit actually matches. It's not great. That's level 20 content. Wisp Weave, I believe, is Halnir's? Where does Silver Threaded come from? The werewolves? That might be the lycanthrope, I think. Over in Nightwolf Knoll. Yeah, she's wearing... Oh, she doesn't even have any wrist. Yeah, she's just wearing mostly... Oh, no earrings either. Or belt. Well, sir. She's missing some stuff. Oh, it's from the witch? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Wispweave is from Halnir's. The Wispweave metal comes from there as well. Or was that Wisp metal? Shoot, I don't remember. Based on the stats, I want to say that's Halnir's. It's only got a +2. Single stat, so it's not part of the newer gear. Yeah, I think that's Halnir's, and that's Mad Run, which makes sense. Headband? Scatterweave. 4 armor, 1 stamina, 1 wisdom. So not great. But it's alright. I forget where Scatterweave comes from. Is that Halnir's also? Scatterweave. It sounds like Halnir's. I think it's Halnir's. Oh, we're just into 13. Some spider. Mad Run, maybe? I guess Mad Run. Scatterweave. I guess? I don't know. It does, yeah, the whole weave part, it does. I mean, 4AC, it's low level for sure. I just don't remember where exactly it's from. I don't put a lot of thought into my non-tank tunes when it comes to the gear, because I tend to go wherever people are going, right? Like we jump in one day, we're in Mad Run, the next day we're in Halnir's, next day after that we're in BRK, maybe we're back to Mad Run, then we're over in Wild's End, who knows? But for the tanks, I like to pay attention because I need to know if there's a viable gearing option for when the game launches. Like crafting won't be as easy to get done. When we get closer to launch, I'm certain they're going to get rid of the suppliers, so people aren't going to be able to get all their already completed sub-combined items. You're going to have to do the sub-combines. You're going to have to make friends with other trade skill people, or you're not going to get stuff done. We have it easy right now because of the general suppliers, but those were only put in to help us test the crafting. Those are going to get yoinked out of the game. So regardless of what you think of crafting, it's going to get a lot more tedious when we get closer to launch. But I'd like to know that there's a solid adventuring path for tanks, because I'm sorry, your opinion won't matter, but the tanks typically should get whatever gear is made for a warrior, paladin, or dire lord. They should automatically go to the tank if you're grouping with guildies, static group, friends, what have you. Um, the stronger your tank is, the more aggro you hold, the more punches you take, the more time the rest of the group has to kill stuff. But right now, tanks don't really have that. When you think about it, you don't see plate, for those who also don't know, you don't see plate armor until 25. Level 25 is when plate starts dropping. That's on purpose. They did that so that you would get used to the leather and chain before they hit you in the face with the plate armor. Outside of crafting, there is no plate armor that drops below level 25. Or, there wasn't, I should say. There is now, or there might be now, but there wasn't before. Light plate, regular plate. Heavy plate is a new addition. Heavy plate only came in during smoldering. When heavy plate came in, they were testing heavy plate on smoldering trenches and ash breather enclave because they wanted something separate for the tanks as opposed to, say, the bard. So there's regular plate armor, which is made for like bards and clerics, and then there's heavy armor, which is made for paladins and warriors because dire lords can't wear plate. But heavy plate only came in during smoldering. They made the breastplate and the shoulders. And then shortly thereafter, they put in gloves that don't exist. Those gloves are called the Myrmidon Battle Grips. I believe they're heavy plate. We killed 100,000 mobs to try and get them, and they never dropped. So as far as I'm concerned, they don't exist. I don't care what anybody else says. But those are the only heavy plate pieces right now. So technically, you don't see heavy plate till after level 30. I mean, arguably, the golems in the front of Enclave are 41. So, 39 to 40 is the earliest you'll see heavy plate. Unless there's heavy plate put in BRK, possibly maybe off the raid encounter that's coming in or the multi-group encounter that's coming in. Maybe they put heavy plate in the Wild Blood area. I don't think so, though. It sounds like the Wild Blood area is going to be what would be considered the next step down from Smoldering and Enclave. I believe the Wild Blood area is going to be low 30s, Smoldering is mid 30s, and Enclave is high 30s into 40s. But as far as gearing right now for a tank, there really isn't anything from 1 to 25. And even once you hit 25, the first place I believe you're going to start seeing heavy plate armor is off the Praetors. That's their names. The Praetors down in Lower Halnir. Not even the Reckon, not even the Black Rose. The Black Rose only drop chain, if I'm not mistaken. But the first time you see plate armor off mobs in this game is 25 at the Praetors, which is down by the Pillar of Light. Those guys drop plate armor, which is called Wisp Metal. I don't even think Hangor has plate armor. I'm pretty sure Hangor drops cloth, leather, and chain. Yeah, the Tundra Forged is all chain. So there's no plate armor from there. Oh, Tundra Forged is plate? Okay, so, again, level 25. EP Wolves, Ironclad is plate 2. Does Ironclad have stats? Oh, the Ice Fang male is the plate, or is the chain. That's it. Ironclad has 2. Who's wearing Ironclad? Somebody, Krushnek or Lancelot's wearing Ironclad. I'm pretty sure. I think we saw it tonight when I was looking over their gear. Might be the Paladin. It would make sense because he was over there in EP. That's where he got his helmet. Yeah, if that's the case, and again, those are newer entries into the game. But if that's the case, then yes, Briar, you're right because they're like 18, I think, 18 to 20. But before they came in, it used to be the Praetores at Lower Halnirs. If you know, it was funny back when early access started. I want to say somewhere's around the middle of January to the first week of February. We spent a lot of time in Halnirs. Now, Halnirs was a work in progress, but we spent a lot, and Mad Run was actually closed to us. Mad Run wasn't, I guess, operating properly, or it was broken at some point, so they'd actually cut it off from us so we couldn't access it. So the only option was to go to Halnirs. We must have killed 1 billion creatures through Halnirs. Everything except the Praetores on the lower other side of Halnirs. We killed everything else. Could never find plate anywheres. I started to believe plate wasn't in the game. And it was only when we got down to the Praetores, and even then when we got to the Praetores, I think we spent 3.5 hours killing them until they dropped, and I want to say it was the wrist or the gloves. And that's when we realized that plate actually dropped. Yep, that's right. Praetors are around 25. But it's interesting because there's no like level 9 plate. You know, it's like they ease you in with cloth, leather, and chain, and then they surprise you with the plate. Because you fight bandits, you even fight tank type bandits, and you would think they would have plate on if they were that role. But nope. Now, mind you, as we go further ahead, they may change that. I thought they were going to change it when they did the itemization change a couple of months ago, but they didn't. There's nothing new that drops, like levels 1 to 20. The earliest chain would be Manor. Manor is 17. Or 16. Might even be 15. The 15 sounds right. That armor, that's ethereal. That's the ethereal chain that drops up there. That also drops the ethereal weapons, which we used to think were temporary. Because the word ethereal, we thought it just meant that as long as you were logged in, you could use it. It was only when we logged out and then logged in the next day that the items didn't disappear. But we thought ethereal meant temporary. That was funny because the gear was such a step up from the bandit gear that we had. And again, that's going back to February, January. I mean, truth be told, I'm perfectly fine if they keep the plate drops to 20 plus, low 20s, mid 20s, whatever. I'm okay with that. But they got to put in more sources for chain armor from like level 5 to 19, or maybe even 5 to 15. There just aren't enough options. And crafting, like I said, crafting is going to take longer to get done now. So you're not going to be able to jump in and say, hey, I'm going to help you out for a day or two with crafting, and then you'll be able to make, a full set of tier 1 plate armor. It's not going to work like that. People who have been crafting now probably won't craft when the game launches. I think that's why they're trying to put work orders in. They're trying to get work orders in because they know they're going to... So, it's balancing, right? So what speeds the game up, they need to slow it down. So general suppliers speed it up. You remove the general suppliers, it all slows down. but you raise the amount of XP or the amount of items or reagents you get back from work orders, and it comes back up again, right? So that's what they're trying to balance, right? I'm pretty sure they're trying to balance the work orders so they can yoink the suppliers out of the game. Now, that might not be their idea, but they won't be there at launch. I'm 99.9% certain they will not be there at launch. They've only been there to help us craft the stuff to test to see how it goes. And even then, crafting has been rough. Some might say crafting is the most difficult part of this process right now, because I can't think of any other game. Even with all the recipes EverQuest had when it launched, I can't think of another game that's had this many recipes. I don't know if you guys know, but there's like 20 different plate armor sets to craft. There is so much nonsense to craft with trade skills. It's all based on stats. I think they'll be there, but you'll have to curry favor. Yes, to unlock the higher tiers, yes. They will try and make crafting a mini game in itself. That's how it was in Vanguard. In Vanguard, you had your three spheres. You had adventuring, you had crafting, and you had diplomacy. And they were intertwined. Like, think of three Olympic rings intertwined together. And it was done on purpose to show you that you could get all the way to the end game as a diplomat, or an adventurer, or a crafter, or an adventurer and a crafter, or a crafter and a diplomat, or a diplomat and an adventure. So you had a bunch of avenues or what have you, but each aspect of Vanguard was its own game. They could very well be trying to do that with crafting here. It's a shame. I really enjoyed the whole diplomacy aspect of Vanguard. Games have faction, yes, but there's no real manipulation with factions. You kill stuff, faction goes up and down. In Vanguard, you actually had to go and train yourself as a diplomat to have these conversations with actual other diplomats. Mind you, I just want a continent. That's it. I want this continent to be fully fleshed out. I want them to have whatever dungeons that's supposed to be here. I want them to have whatever redos of Demeth. Just give us this one completed continent. This will tie the majority of the population over for months. You got to think about it. When this game launches, it's still going to have a big audience for the players that are playing currently. A lot of these people are retired, they work from home, they have a lot of time to spend. So when the game launches, I'm sure they'll get together and skyrocket to level 50 or whatever in no time. That's not my plan. That's not what I'll be doing. I don't have that time. But to a lot of people who don't have that time, this game, this one continent alone will carry them for months. So, that's what we wanted with Vanguard. During the Vanguard beta, when the game was flawless, before they broke it, before launch, that would have given everybody 3 months worth of time. That might have given Sigil enough time to figure out what was wrong, what broke the game, and fix it. But they didn't do that. They didn't listen to us. I was so disheartened because the game came out. Everything was busted. It got a name across the internet at the time that everything was busted. Game wasn't working properly. It was awful, whatever term you want to use. But I promise you, the game was flawless a month before the beta ended. They put that update to the warehouse district, and that's what broke the game. Everything was so good. I had a level 50 diplomat, a level 50 crafter, a level 50 adventurer or warrior. Dude, everything was phenomenal. And then that one update just ruined everything. You'll probably take some time off work for it. I wonder if I could do that. I don't know if I could do that or not with my schedule. They expect us to have our time off all figured out by like the end of February. I don't think we're going to see this game till the fall, or as far as a launch goes. I don't see them doing it over the summer. The spring would be too soon. You think they move it to 2027? Is that, do you know if that's on the roadmap? Well, I guess for the couple of updates that they've pushed forward, I guess I could see them going into 2027 if their initial plan was Q4 2026. The whole thing was last year, they said they had 2 years. Their roadmap was 2 years from 2024. So that would have put them at 2026, which is why I was saying fall of next year. However, taking into account that they've missed Windows on like 6 updates, maybe even 5 updates. So the delays, I guess, could push them to 2027. I don't really know. It's all hearsay for now. But their plan last year, they were on record saying it was a 2-year plan. And if you look at their initial roadmap, I'm pretty sure it was laid out for 2 years. I heard something about Steam only allowing 2 years of... Really? Dude. How long? Valheim was in early access for how long? Probably as long as Star Citizen. How long does a game have on Steam in early access? Presently, there is no defined time limit for a game to remain in early access. It is up to the developer to decide when it's ready to leave. Some games have been in early access for many years, while others have been out in a matter of months. The only warning Steam gives is that early access games may not be complete and could change significantly. Right. So right now, according to this information, it says technically there is no time limit. What's the longest period of time a game has been in early access on Steam? My guess is Valheim. The longest confirmed cases as of September of last year. DayZ, that makes sense. Kerbal Space Program, that makes sense. Prison Architect makes sense. Oh, Warframe, right, of course. Warframe, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Arc was longer? What about Star Citizen? Like, dude, Star Citizen is still... People talk about, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Miracles, or one-offs. How does a game generate $1 billion before it launches and it's still not together? How does that happen? $1 billion. Think about it. No game in the history of gaming has cost 1 billion or has made 1 billion before launch. Not one. Not WoW, not Tic-Tac-Toe, nothing. But Star Citizen has made $1 billion. Billion. Valheim was long. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier. Valheim has been around like since the dawn of time. We jumped into Valheim when I first started streaming, and that was like 12 years ago. Man, I can't believe I've been streaming for so long. That's crazy. I never should have jumped into EQ chat. I hate to say it, but I never should have revisited EQ when I started streaming. I should have stuck with what I was doing. I could have been a bit of a deal back then. During Darkest Dungeon launch, when 500 people, when 500 viewers was the 1% back then, and I had 1,100 people watching me play Darkest Dungeon. And then I jumped into EQ again, and everybody left. Like, everybody. I mean, you didn't really know what Twitch was going to be at the time. It had been Justin TV. It was in the process of switching over to become Twitch TV. And none of these games were out. There was no GTA. There was no... None of it. Like, the biggest games were League of Legends, Counter-Strike, World of Warcraft. Like, there were only a handful, if I remember correctly, back at the start. You haven't played since before Mistlands? I think I'm in the same boat there, Briar. The last time I played, the Mistlands, that's the blue zone, right? Because then the Ashlands came out afterwards. I think the Ashlands were after the Mistlands. I think. I'm pretty sure. But we played when I think the Mistlands went in, it was empty. We took our boat and we went out to Mistlands and we found caves and a lot of water, but no enemies. The zone was empty. Bunch of webs everywhere. I don't remember the webs. You could be right though. It's been a long time ago. I've said on stream I'd like to revisit Valheim. I might actually revisit Valheim in the near future. I enjoyed playing that game. Don't get too hurt over Big Dog. Everyone's on brain rot content. Yeah. Yeah. It's just unfortunate because I really enjoy streaming. I can't do it full time. I remember all sorts of stuff, man. I've seen all sorts of drama and events happen through Twitch's history. I've seen the worst of people. I've seen the best of people. I've seen people who now pretend to be nice and people now who pretend to be goofs. I've seen a lot of it. But I just like yapping to people. That's all. They made big changes to blocking. Wait a minute, what do you mean? You have endurance bar or something? Yeah, so when you go into combat, like say with a troll in Valheim, and you have a shield, depending on the type of shield you have, determines how much endurance gets beaten off of your bar. I think, if I remember correctly, it's a yellow bar at the bottom of your screen. And if you lose all your endurance, you go into a stun. You can't do anything for like 6 seconds or something. I remember because you used to have to time when fighting a troll, you used to have to time rolling between his legs in order to dodge the big club slam that they would do. But I remember getting all the pelts off the troll and making the troll armor, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think it added to your stealth. I think it was quiet or did something with shadows. I can't remember. But I remember troll armor being sneaky armor. And then I remember fighting the blob. That was a difficult fight. That was in the swamp. That blob sucked. It added the sneak. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it added the sneak. Yeah, I hear there's quite a bit in Valheim. I'm still waiting for all that nonsense with the new Subnautica 2. I really hope whatever's going on out there with their legal battles, I hope somebody figures something out and we get a Subnautica 2. I love Subnautica. I played Subnautica Below Zero before they got rid of the scriptwriter and then scrapped Below Zero or didn't finish the story. But Subnautica, like even Joppa's talked about with the water. Joppa's talked about the Subnautica effect. I'll tell you, man, the water in Subnautica, that's some scary stuff. Like, I was talking last week about Dead Space, and I was telling people during Halloween that if you wanted to hang out and watch Dead Space, get your headphones, turn your lights off, and get ready to jump. Subnautica will make you in real life look behind your look behind your shoulders, look up everywhere, trying to make sure nothing's going to eat you. Dude, Subnautica had, oh man. Maybe I'll reinstall Subnautica. We'll play a bit of Subnautica just to give you guys an idea. Subnautica was so good. It was a surprise. I wasn't expecting Subnautica to grab me like it did. But Subnautica is phenomenal. Cruel Chef's Safety Mitts. That sounds like it comes out of... I bet you that comes out of Black Rose Keep. How does Chef's Mitts have an AC of 34? Yeah, that clearly comes out of Black Rose Keep. 34 AC, 4 strength, 2 stamina, 2 dex. Oh, Dire Lord only. Interesting. Hey, Shuanye, what's happening? How you doing? Yeah, Subnautica right now has kind of like a 1 and a 1.5. So Subnautica is a complete story start to finish. Subnautica 1.5 is called Subnautica Below Zero, where they were looking to continue the storyline somewhat with a different character. There were some problems that happened during development, and I believe the lady who had composed the script and all the lore and everything, I believe she was unceremoniously let go, and they decided to scrap their plans for Below Zero past what it had already. And then there was some kind of kerfuffle that caused the main devs, to leave the company. And then Subnautica 2 was rumored, but then that hit a bunch of legal stuff. And then somebody was leaking Subnautica 2 footage at some point. And I think there's a court thing going on right now. It's very unfortunate. Playing an enchanter? We have an enchanter role. I haven't done anything with the enchanter this evening. She's just standing here. We just been chilling. We were in a group in Black Rose Keep, but everybody had to leave, so I've pretty much been winding down. It's almost 1 a.m. here now, and I'm probably going to end up ending stream momentarily. So if you guys want some gameplay, you won't get it here. At least not for the rest of the stream. There's not enough time for me to do anything. Yeah, maybe I will look at putting Subnautica back on. It's been a few years since I've played it. I don't remember everything about the game. I just remember that. So Subnautica 1, 85% of your playthrough takes place underwater. And Subnautica has some of the scariest underwater atmosphere that's ever been designed. I'm not even kidding. Subnautica's underwater will scare the crap out of you. They once you start building certain things that allow you to get further underwater, they limit your vision, so you can't see 360. You can only see like typically what your normal head would turn. You hear the Firelands are done in Valheim, just the frozen area. I also downloaded PAX Day or PAX Day, PAX Die. That sandbox MMO survival building game RPG. I don't even know if I want to call it an RPG. I jumped in, I played it one evening, I think like 2 weeks ago for about an hour and a half, and I was like, huh. And I never went back to it. I don't think it was for me. I'm excited for the Wild Blood update, though. I'm looking forward to part 2 of Black Rose Keep. I don't really care about the work orders because crafting is not really my thing. The Demeth rework will be interesting. I wonder what they're going to do there. Are they going to add all new quests, I wonder? My issue with Demeth is that there's only, if I'm not mistaken, even as of right now, there's only like 3 quests in that town. And that's it. Like, in a zone like AVP, you need to tie Demeth into the other locations. Like Halnir's, maybe the Ratkin, the Black Rose. You've got Hangor out the other end. There's a lot they can do with the factions they have in the zones. Probably get a proper bank instead of one person in a room. Okay, chat, I gotta go ahead and end the conversation here for the evening. I just started to yawn. That's telling me I gotta do my wind down and I gotta crawl in. Other than killing a wild spell to keep bolt off you, faction plays no. That's right. Yeah, once they turn that'll be wild. Once they turn faction on, I can only imagine what's gonna happen to everybody's tunes. it's gonna be a show, I think. Anyhow, you guys take care as always. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We should be live tomorrow, being Tuesday. Not sure what the game plan is. I think everybody said this evening they're going to be here tomorrow, so maybe we get started a bit earlier. It'd be nice to set up a camp. We didn't really get a chance to set up a solid camp tonight with the deaths that happened, the bad pull. But I mean, that's part and parcel with this game, right? That's what you can expect. The good and the bad. You got to take them both together. It can't be good all the time because then it wouldn't be good. Anyhow, you guys have a good evening, a good day. We'll see you on the next stream. Take care.